All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with this evening's meeting. Sorry, we are a few minutes late. I'd like to welcome everybody here tonight to our regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on April 19th, 2023. I'd like to go ahead and establish a quorum and call this meeting to order.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome, Jason. I'd like to notify the audience that the open session of tonight's board meeting will be audio taped and streamed. I'd also like to receive a motion to adopt the agenda, pulling agenda item A and putting it on the May meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great. Moving along to agenda item E. These will be our updates from our student board representative, ACT, CSCA. But before we do that, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I apologize. Jack, please lead us. Now I'd like to move forward with agenda item E. This is our student representative updates. ACT, CSCA, Board of Education, and the acting superintendent will all provide routine status updates regarding campus activities, meetings that are scheduled, conferences, any meetings attended, and any recent developments. So with that, I'll pass it off to you, Jack.
Thank you. We have open houses coming up everywhere in the next month. At River, May 18th, Tularcitos, May 17th, Carmelo, May 4th, and the middle school, May 25th, Captain Cooper, May 5th, and the high school, April 27th. This is a great opportunity to showcase student and teacher efforts throughout the district. Students from preschool to senior year are proud of what we have accomplished, and we hope a lot of people will attend to appreciate the positive achievements. At the high school, the open house next Thursday corresponds with the Empty Bowls Dinner. This is a special event that is returning for the first time since the pandemic. 21 local restaurants will be providing soup, bread, and dessert. Over 300 students have handcrafted custom-made bowls for the event. They are on display in the Performing Arts Center, and they are amazing. Each of them is a unique work of art. For a $20 donation, you receive dinner and can choose a bowl to take home with you. Entertainment will be provided by the High School Singer and Songwriter Guild, and 100% of the donations go to the Monterey County Food Bank. And you can also view the art show, which is going on during that time as well. At Tularcitos, swimming starts this week, which is a sure sign of spring. And to commemorate Earth Day, next week is Zero Waste Week, where Tular students will pack lunches with reusable containers and strive to reduce waste as much as possible. Tular families are also being encouraged to go out to clean up parks, beaches, and neighborhoods. At Captain Cooper, students are learning about their environment with field trips to the PG Natural History Museum, Me-Earth, and the aquarium, and with a special Zun Zun water resource presentation next Wednesday, where they will learn about water conservation through fun and interactive musical performances. The high school and middle school are also providing opportunities for a deeper connection with the environment and with fellow students. Last week, over 50 high school students participated in a week-long desert camping trip in Joshua Tree, and the week after next is the 8th grade Lava Beds camping trip. In the performing arts, River Elementary will have its 4th grade musical next week and its string, band, and choir concerts in May. The high school spring concert is next Friday, and Tularcitos Spring Sing is the 10th, and the middle school spring concert is the 9th. In past years, middle school musicians have also performed at the Big Sur Marathon happening this month. Transportation issues are preventing it this year, but Captain Cooper has stepped up, and a large number of students, staff, and family will be volunteering to support runners at Aid Station 1 in the Big Sur Village on April 30th. May 12th is River's May Festival with grade level dance performance by students for parents. The insider tip here is place a blanket on the grass in the morning to reserve a spot to watch the performances and have a picnic later. Aspiring middle school actors, directors, screenwriters, and video editors will be receiving awards at the middle school's annual Student Film Festival screening taking place at the High School Performing Arts Center on May 7th. And in an exciting development with the Carmel by the Sea City Council, our board president, Sarah Hines, has been working with city officials to deepen the connection between the city and the district with greater student engagement. As a result, a student report will be on the city council meeting agenda on May 2nd. The city is also again hosting a Student Government Day at City Hall this evening, where high school students will work with city officials to address city issues in a mock City Hall meeting, which is why I will need to excuse myself early today to participate in the event, and why Carl has pointed out that I am dressed extra sharply tonight. He said I wouldn't do so for the board, and I don't know if that's true, but and then lastly, Teacher Appreciation Week starts May 8th, and Administrative Professionals Day is next Wednesday. As students, we are very grateful for our incredible teachers and for the administrative staff whose dedication and coordination make everything else possible. The students at Captain Cooper would especially like to acknowledge their administrative professional, Corey Spungen, who wears many hats at their small school. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack. Carl?
I knew Jack was going somewhere else tonight because he is pretty dressed up. But it's an audience participation question. Would I look better if I had a matching suit with Jack? What do you think? Possible? Yeah, it's a lot of yeahs coming from over here. Yeah. Never going to look that good, but no, I'm going to go ahead and move this along. And thanks everybody for coming.
Thank you, Carl. Anne Marie?
Hello, everyone. Man, it's spring, and you can tell everything's blooming everywhere. I've had lots of conversations with different people these days, especially Dr. Glenn, dealing with career tech ed on a local level at the school, community human services meetings, finance meeting, and their regular board meeting. I've had conversations with Chris Lopez at the county supervisors. I've gone out to Logan Hall and spoken with the tech people. It's a very special place. My brother went to school at Logan Hall, so it was fun to go back there and see that. I went to Carmelo and had a lovely conversation with Laura Dunn about what TK is going to look like. Carmel Valley High School, I followed my nose all the way to Joe Mello's class. He was making Irish soda bread on St. Patrick's Day, and I was just trained in on that one. CHS and our elementary schools, I went and checked out the math program because we just had a new math adoption, and I said when it was open house that I would come back and visit and see how it's going. So I managed to get to all of those sites. I saw a lot of my former peers at the high school in their math program, so it was lovely catching up with all of them. And I got down to the elementary schools, and Captain Cooper, they actually let me get down on the floor and do math with the kids. It was really special. I've missed that. I really miss that. So I've had conversations with Phil Crawford and Valerie Stack up at the library, and I still have my code in there to check out books. So it was lots of fun. I found a couple of books that I was like, I haven't seen this one yet. I wanted to take a look at that. So I had fun going up there. I managed to talk about career tech ed with people up at the high school. And I would like to especially thank Sharon Ofek for helping me get around to the elementary schools and having a convivial discussion about math. It was very, very, very nice to do that. I got out to Carmel Middle School, and Dan Morgan was involved in everything. So Robin, I absolutely love. I actually helped her get through her math program when she was working on that. So she was like, oh, just go out there. Just go find your way around. So I went to robotics and industrial arts. Man, Carl, you would have had fun. They were working on guitars or little ukuleles out there. It was great. I had a wonderful time. I went to the dual track meet at CHS, Tular, the family dance. I've had conversations with Deneen Gus out at the County Office of Ed, and I've had conversations with Lorna Patches from the Education Commission of the States to discuss the future of education and what it looks like. Just board happenings really quickly, just to give you a heads up. The board is getting back to what the board does best, which is work on making policy and thinking forward. So we're going to have a study session where we're going to do a deep dive into the budget and take a look at what Portrait of a Graduate is going to look like. So we'll have an idea of what we're shooting for. And then we're going to have board retreat. Second session where we're going to be talking about Title IX, CANRA, and then we're going to be giving our first governance training as a board. So it's going to be really exciting to get that taken care of. Possible ideas for other sessions beyond that is we've got such a large geographic area. It covers so many different items and so many different people, so many different terrains. We're going to take a look at, I'm going to throw out the idea of throwing in diversity and inclusion. And taking a look at it, what it looks like. We have socioeconomic diversity. We have got geographic diversity. We've got, LGBTQ going on. We have got so many different aspects going on that we need to kind of take a look at that. And then one is then another session maybe to take a look at the future of education, what it looks like in the 21st century. So I have got some interesting news to tell people that may or may not have heard this, but we have several retirements coming up, and one very special to me when I first got here. I had 5 kids at the high school at the same time, and Ann Berry played a very integral role in that and has played an integral role in many, many people's lives. She claims 44 years. Her union claims 43.5 years. I'm not going to quibble about that. Anybody who knows her, she always had kids around her in and out of her office, teaching them how to answer phones, how to be present. Was the voice of Carmel High School for many, many years. We're going to miss her. We're going to really miss her. She's discovered while she was out having her knee replaced that she has other things that she has of interest to her. So she's going to continue on doing other things. Can you imagine that, Ann Berry doing other things? So I'm very, very proud of her that she finally made that decision. And that's what I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Jason?
And no, I can't imagine doing
Good
other
evening.
things.
Since my appointment, I've had the opportunity to visit a couple of the campuses. I haven't made it everywhere, but I made it to the major student points. I've gone to Carmel High School and met with Lisa Brazil and Bud Libby yesterday and chatted with them for a few minutes before their meeting last night, and I felt that was pretty productive, and they gave me a lot of insights. I also met with Bill Schreier today of the ACT, and he walked me around campus, saw a bunch of teachers that I knew, classmates of mine, teachers that had taught me, and it was just a really neat experience to see how the school's changed in the last 25 years. I stopped by two Larcitos and River School, met with their principals, and Carmel Middle School also, and that was really enlightening too. And pretty much when I ask these teachers, what are you most proud of at your school, or these principals, they always said the staff and how they love the children, and everything is focused to get these students growing and learning. And I was just really impressed with that, and it's just been a really positive experience for me. I also stopped by Carmel Valley High. I really did not know what went on out there. Even growing up here and having friends that graduated from there, they have an amazing program out there that really can help a lot of students. And I was super impressed with Mr. Perry out there. He walked me through over spring break, which I thought was kind of neat. He worked through the spring break. And I think the best takeaway for me from the last 2 weeks is just the positive outpouring from everybody and the support that I've gotten. The district staff and other board members have helped me with training materials, getting logins, information like bylaws, just the questions that I knew to ask, I asked, and then they answered the questions that I didn't even know to ask. So I've just been totally impressed with the support from everybody around me, and I feel very welcome and empowered to help out. Thanks.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Jason. All right, Seabury?
Jason, we're really happy to have you on board. It's really nice to have you here. It feels complete. And I also want to say thank you for letting us know about Ann Berry. She's been there for all 3 of my kids, and it's going to be hard to imagine what the high school will be like without her. So I just have a couple things. Actually, it's 2 pages, but I'll try to go fast. First, I just want to say I also had the opportunity to visit Captain Cooper. They asked me to go down there for a NOAA presentation, which is the job is my profession. I work for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, so they asked me to go down there and talk about what NOAA does, and we study the outer space and we study the deep sea, and so I was able to show them some really cool videos of deep sea exploration just off the Monterey coast, and show them videos of hurricane chasers that the planes that fly right into the middle of the hurricanes. That's all NOAA. And when I showed up, I was greeted by the five students who were completely donned and decked out in homemade snorkels and masks that they made out of crepe paper, and then they repurposed some plastic soda water bottles to make it look like little air tanks. So they had on their little, their scuba tanks, and then they'd made little NOAA logos to put on all of them. So it was very sweet, and that's a wonderful school. They're the students there and the parents are very lucky to have the staff that work there and dedicate their time to that school. I also wanted just to remind everyone, as Jack so eloquently put it, Saturday's Earth Day, and we like to call it Earth Week, or you could even call it Earth Month or Earth Year. And I hope if you're able to spend a little bit of time outside this Saturday and just acknowledge this beautiful place that we live and how wonderful it is to be outdoors. And often in my line of work, people ask me, because a lot of what I do is interact with people and try to educate them more about the environment. And so many times people ask me, like, what can we do to help protect the earth and the ocean? And I often say, I think it's small actions, big actions are great, but small actions also, I really believe, make a difference and make you feel more empowered to help protect the environment. And so there's a book that I just finished reading with my book called Braiding Sweetgrass. It's a beautiful book. I don't know if others have read it. And it's a book about indigenous wisdom, scientific knowledge, and the teaching of plants. And the book is actually written by a woman named Robin Wall Kamirer. She's a member of the Citizen Potawatomi. I had to spell it out to make sure I pronounced it correct. Nation. And she's also trained by a botanist. And she's often asked this question too. And so I thought, I'm going to look through this book that I just read and come up with some potential actions that people can take for Earth Day. And she says that people often ask me one thing I would recommend to restore the relationship between land and people. And my answer is almost always plant a garden. And a garden can be in your backyard and it can be in your kitchen. It's good for the health of the earth and it's good for the health of the people. A garden is a nursery for nurturing connection to the earth, and its power goes far beyond the garden gate once you develop a relationship with a little patch of earth that becomes a seed itself. And on that note, Jack covered a lot of the environmental club activities at the middle school and the high school. They're doing wonderful things. Our kids are still just taking great actions to continue to move forward the school year. I know it's been a really tough year for everybody. But Carmel Middle School Environmental Club, they're doing their Monterey Bay outdoor education activities in the next couple weeks, which are wonderful partnerships that they've established with Ventana Wilderness Society and the Paula Corona Park and the Hastings Reserve. And the Carmel High School Environmental Club this week is doing an activity a day to honor Earth Week. And so Monday they did a melon eating contest, and then they composted the rinds. Tuesday, they did a waste race that included sorting items in a relay race. Today, they potted plants and ate popsicles and then used the popsicle sticks to identify the plants. Tomorrow, they'll make do-it-yourself bags and seed bombs. And then Friday, which I thought was really creative, they're going to have a fashion swap. So they're going to ask everyone to go back and collect clothes from home and do a fashion swap. I also wanted to point out that the desert trip was last week, and my son participated in it. He's a senior, and man, what an amazing trip! It's a week in Joshua Tree. The kids are completely off of their cell phones. They're camping under the stars, no tents, and just really connecting with the earth and with each other. And what an amazing opportunity to the teachers and the staff that helped pull that off. Thank you. It's really a life-changing opportunity for them. And I wanted to just end with, all these activities that we're talking about. Like I said, it's been a tough year, I think, and no one can disagree with that for many different reasons. And I often touch base with my kids who are both in the high school, and I say, how's your day? How are things going? How are you feeling about classes? And they have their regular complaints, but similar to what Jason said, what they always come back with is that things are moving along, things are good in the classroom, and that's because of the staff and the teachers. And in terms of teacher appreciation that we're going to be doing and staff appreciation, we have to just give so much gratitude and thanks that these teachers and staff that are at the high school and the middle school and the elementary schools and Carmel Valley High, Captain Cooper, are continuing to provide solid structure for these kids in the middle of a very disruptive year. So my hugest gratitude for keeping that consistency and keeping that nurturing and keeping that love and keeping that interest for these kids day after day after day. You guys continue to provide the solid structure that these kids need to move forward through some of these hard times. So thank you. And the administration too, of course. So thanks.
Thank you, Seabury. Well said. I just have a few updates. So I had committed to providing our community with an update on the Board of Education listening sessions that we started a month or so ago at a couple of our sites, specifically River School and the high school. And I wanted to provide the update that we have listening sessions scheduled now at the middle school, Captain Cooper, and Tularcitos. So we're all really excited about that. I know all of the board members are looking forward to being on the site and connecting with staff and being able to participate in these. And I know it's tough because it can't be a full two-way conversation, but just continuing to build the camaraderie and the connection between our sites and the Board of Education, I believe, is extremely important. And my goal for these listening sessions is to continue them into the next school year. So I'd love to start them again in the fall and do 2 a quarter. And this way, each of the board members can rotate through all of the sites, because I know a lot of us want to visit all the sites, obviously, and we can't do that because of the Brown Act. So I'll have a larger update after working with staff and the administrators on this for the next school year. But I just wanted to let everybody know that these will continue, and I appreciate the staff, the administrators, for letting us take a little bit of your time to connect with your staff. I think that building that camaraderie will continue to be important. So thank you for letting us do these. I'd also like to thank the Carmel by the Sea Rotary for inviting the Board of Education to their Day of the Educator. This will be on May 17th. And this is where the Carmel by the Sea Rotary will award $80,000 in scholarships to Carmel High School seniors. They interviewed 42 students this year, so we'd like to extend our thanks to the Rotary for including us in this very special event. All of the scholarship winners, their families, community members, and all of the Rotarians will be in attendance. There's usually about 100 people at this event, and it's super exciting. And we also, on behalf of the Board of Education, just wanted to thank all of our students who interviewed for the scholarship and participated in it. So we're all looking forward to attending that event. I have site visits scheduled at Captain Cooper and Carmel Valley High, so I'd like to thank Elisa and Tom Perry for inviting me out to their campus. I'm looking forward to those site visits. And last but definitely not least, I am excited that Jack and I will be at the City Council meeting next month as well. And I'm loving that the Carmel by the Sea City Council members would like to see more of a presence from us, and they would like to make it a regular event at their City Council meetings where we have one of our students give a readout on all of the happenings that are going on in CUSD, because this is oftentimes a group that cares a lot about this community and cares a lot about what we're doing as a district, but they don't really have access to us because a lot of them don't have students with us any longer. So I'm very excited about that opportunity. So I'll be working with Carmel High School leadership and also Sharon to make that ongoing. So that will be excellent. That's all I had, and I'll pass it off to you, Sharon, before I pass it off to CSCA for your update, Lisa.
Help
Thanks.
to turn that on. Thank you. So as you've just heard, there are a lot of things going on all across the district, but especially at the high school level. And much like everyone else has shared, this time of year can be a very exciting time, but also sometimes a bit of a stressful time of year for many. There are a lot of end-of-year activities and celebrations taking place right alongside state testing, AP exams, final exams, and things of that nature. So I just want to acknowledge that and call that out, and just mention that there's a lot going on for our students, and that I personally, along with our staff in the district, but also the community, hope that we can continue to support our students in whatever it is that they need as they navigate this time of year to both work through those assignments and tests and exams and things, and also celebrate all of their accomplishments. So with the remaining weeks of school. And then just in the interest of time, I will just share very broadly that I've been working collaboratively with the Board of Education and district staff, as well as visiting sites and supporting them in whatever way they need help and support. So with that, I'll just finish up.
Thank you. Thanks, Sharon. And thanks to all of you for your updates. We'll go ahead. I don't think we have an update from ACT tonight, so I'll just have you, Lisa, as part of CSCA.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. Hope everybody had a relaxing break, hopefully. I want to point out Jack, if I may. You all know Jack as your representative to the board, and I see him many days on campus, the president of our ASB, coordinating activities, working with administration to try and make things happen for students on our campus. He's lovely to work with. He's professional. He's always very cheerful, always very calm. He never seems nervous. And he's also a straight A student. And I want to congratulate him personally for being a valedictorian of this year's class. He is one of a small group of students who really excel. They have to take over 13 AP courses or honors courses. I don't think any of them has lower than a 4.25 or 4.5 GPA, which didn't even exist when most of us went to school. Congratulations. It is well earned. My second is a question. Everybody who had their lives touched and blessed by Ann Berry, will you please raise your hand? Isn't that amazing? Anne Marie already made the announcement. She is really going to be missed at the high school. We wish her the very, very best. Most of us will keep in touch with her. But Jason came in when he met with us yesterday. One of the first things he said was, "Where's Anne and where's Linda?" And these two women, in particular Anne, I think has been there slightly longer, have been the backbone of the administration building at the high school for 40 plus years. And so if you see them around town, if you see Anne, congratulate her and let her know how much she impacted your life. Can't go to Costco without somebody saying, "You work at the high school? Is Anne Berry still there?" And finally, Jason, I wanted to welcome you to the board. We look forward to working with you as we do with all the board members. And that's it.
Thanks so much, Lisa. All right, we'll move to agenda item F. This is our public comment on non-agendized open session and closed session items. So if you are here for public comment, if you could please grab a ticket from the red ticket machine in the back, that would be great. For this portion of the meeting, this is where members of the public may address the Board of Education regarding items on the open session agenda or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. As I mentioned before in this meeting, all comments are being live streamed and recorded and posted on the district's YouTube channel. The board is committed to maintaining a respectful and productive environment that fosters a culture of civility where staff and the community and the board feel free to express themselves and are free of any harassment and threats. So with that, the board welcomes your comments and requests that you please respect these and express yourself accordingly. So I will go ahead and start with public comment number 9.
Good evening, friends. My name is Justine Geisler. Excuse me. I'm the managing director and co-founder of New Cannon Theater Company. We're a local professional 501c nonprofit in the area, and we're a pop-up theater company, which means that we don't have a dedicated space yet. So we rely on community venues to produce our work with us. Last year, we rented the Performing Arts Center at the high school and produced Macbeth, and which was in July, and it was a great success. This year, we're producing a world premiere play called Finding Chase, and we hope to mount that also at the Performing Arts Center once again, end of July, for 8 shows. I stand here with the request to add to the docket or agenda a reduction in rental of said facility from $12,224.98. We, like you, are a service to the community and to your students. Last production, we integrated your students during the summer into the behind-the-scenes magic as interns, assisting technical staff. We're currently in conversations with Dr. Yvonne Glenn on a mentorship program for next year. So you can see, we hope to create a partnership with you and your students where they get a real hands-on experience with a professional company in your backyard. Your facility is very special to the community, and during summer months, when not being utilized, is the perfect time for a company like ours to execute what it was built for. Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing how we can work together.
Thank you so much. Number 10, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicola Riley. This mic is really tall. I'm 5'1". My name is Nicola Riley. I'm the president and CEO of the Monterey Symphony. I'm also a CUSD parent. I have a 5th grader at Tularcitos and a 9th grader at Carmel High, both boys. It's okay. I'm doing fine. It's all right. Everything's fine. But I'm here tonight to just echo what Justine is saying about New Cannon Theater Company. The Monterey Symphony, we're so lucky. We get to perform in Sunset Center. We get to perform in Forest Theater. We've been around almost 80 years. And in that time, we've grown to have a multi-million-dollar budget. We've been supported by this amazing community, and we continue to rely on the support of this community. But up-and-coming nonprofit organizations, brand new 501c3s in this community, in Monterey County, operating on the peninsula, struggle with support, and they struggle with venues. I had the unique opportunity to be the performing violinist for Macbeth last summer, and it was an experience that changed my life, and I didn't realize it was going to when I went into it. I thought it was going to be a favor to some friends who were starting a theater company. The Performing Arts Center at Carmel High is so incredibly state-of-the-art that if it were bigger, the Monterey Symphony would perform all of its concerts there. Unfortunately, it just doesn't have the number of seats that we're lucky enough to sell at Sunset Center. So I'm here to echo Justine's comments. I think it's wonderful that they could be there next summer. I think it would be incredible for the community. I think it would be incredible for the students. But the only way that it's really going to happen and to be feasible for their organization is for some additional support, which comes in the form of subsidizing the rental costs that are associated with that venue. So I thank you for your consideration. I thank you for all you do. And I'm so glad to be able to come here and talk about another nonprofit that I care about so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 11, please.
Hi. I'm Mary Pazzo. I live in Carmel. My kids went to Carmel schools. My son, who's now 25 years old, went to River School, this school, and Carmel High School. He graduated in 2015, and Carl handed him his diploma. It's my experiences with my son, who has autism, which has led me to my current calling as a special education advocate. I am appalled that the district is choosing to bully a Carmel family with a kindergarten student with special needs by spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to ship him out of the district after a judge has already ruled that the Carmel School Administration failed to have grounds to do so. The administration has upped the ante by bullying further by spending tens of thousands of dollars to appeal the loss to the Ninth Circuit Court, dollars which this family must match in order to have a chance to simply get CUSD to follow federal and California state laws and have this child in a Carmel classroom. That's bad enough, but did the administration even bother to do a basic financial analysis of the costs to send the student to Salinas every day? The special day class in Salinas costs about $90,000 per year. A classroom aide is typically in the $50,000 to $70,000 range. In what world does it make sense to spend several $100,000 more on lawyers so that the district can get stuck paying an extra $20,000 to $40,000 per year if the district wins? This is a textbook case of waste and abuse of public funds, and it's just wrong in general. I really hope that the board has been catastrophically misinformed in this matter, but I'm actually not surprised. I cannot imagine that the necessary legal billing associated with the appeal were not briefed to the board by Superintendent Ted Knight. How did he justify to you that spending upwards of $100,000 on lawyers will be worth it if CUSD wins and you still have a larger yearly requirement than if you followed the initial ruling by the judge? This fails the simplest logic tests and is a dramatic failure of responsible use of public funds. But it's also following a pattern all the way from Douglas County, Colorado. It's on record that Ted Knight's previous district was also involved in a series of federal appeals on a special education matter that eventually ended in a Supreme Court loss for his district at that time, costing that district $1.3 million. This looks entirely too much like a replay with new details. What cost-benefit analysis were you provided with to get you to approve the financial bullying of one of your own community's families so that the district could pay extra to serve the student? Is there some other way to interpret taking a family to court so that the district can pay more for this child's education and compound that judgment by adding tens to hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars in legal fees? This is unjustifiable, unneighborly, and it tells everyone that Carmel is so exclusive that it will pay huge dollars to try to get rid of a student that doesn't fit its cookie-cutter image. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 12, please.
Good evening. Is this on? I don't know if it is, or I don't even know if I need it. I'm D.L. Johnson, and I am here representing the California Music Educators Association. I am past president of that organization. It is the largest professional teacher organization in the state. And every year we try to recognize the past president's job is also to go around and recognize outstanding music programs. And if you ever knew me, you would know that I've always been involved in music my whole life. I was a music teacher in the area, and that was a long time. And when I moved here, I got involved in your program. And I have a granddaughter that's she's in the middle school orchestra here and went through your elementary school, and I have two grandsons that have graduated. So my involvement in this district is personal, but I also want to recognize the fact that your program has been nominated for some outstanding recognition based on especially your orchestra program, based on what we've identified as Carmel High as having probably the finest small school orchestra in the state. And but we haven't been able to give that award because usually when you recognize an entire program, you do it through the administration. It's an award that you give to the top administrator in the state. Well, it usually goes to the superintendent, but every time I go to nominate you, you change the superintendent. So I'm going to figure out another way to do it because I was also on the Grammy board, the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. So there is a thing called Grammy in the schools. And so I will continue to do it that way. You never see me in the audience when we're at a concert. Where am I? I'm backstage tuning the kids' instruments. I'm the guy back there. But this a couple weeks ago, I went at the orchestra concert, and if you didn't go, it was such a thrill. And I listened to that high school orchestra on their two numbers that they played, and I had to listen from the backstage. And I'm going to tell you, there are no high schools with orchestras at that level. Now, it isn't just the school that does that, because my granddaughter, was the first chair cello in two of the orchestras the other night, and this is not a prejudicial comment, but because she gets to work with an outstanding music educator, and I'm so thrilled with what she does. And I know my time is up, but I just want you to know we're trying to give you guys some credit for stuff you've also done. One other thing is I'm on the Transportation Agency for Monterey County's board, and I'm trying to meet with you about home to school issues. I have put that on request to your next board meeting.
Okay.
So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Number 13, please.
I would like to please ask you to close your eyes, everyone, and imagine. Remember the feeling when you brought home your baby boy? From the hospital, he was your bundle of joy. He was your light. He was your whole world. You made sure he was loved, fed, safe, always cared for. You protected him. As he grew up, you were overwhelmed with joy and pride as you cherished his first steps and first words. Keeping him close to your heart, he grew into a young boy. There were many firsts, full of hope and longing for his independency. You taught him to ride a bike, running beside him, gently holding the bike to let him know you were there and giving him the freedom to fly. Literally, he rode away, huge smile and a helmet. You protected him. The years go by, and so do the firsts and the learning for you as a parent. First t-ball game, first sleepover, first day of school. If he fell down, you taught him to get up and dust himself off. You always protected him. The dailies, don't forget your jacket, water bottle, or lunch faded into the shadows as your boy started high school. He was growing up, finding his way, learning from you, knowing his time. It was his time to be a young man. Freshman year, he's ready. You've prepared him. He is off to CHS to meet new friends, enjoy being a teenager, and trying new things. After years with CUSD school system, he feels safe, cared for, and he knows he will be okay. Until, open your eyes. He goes into the bathroom during break at CHS where 3 boys are waiting in a premeditated plan to attack. To film it, to violently attack your son, while all the filming by the kids do nothing but laugh and watch. Your son is punched from behind, kicked and slammed into a wall. No time to defend himself. It's a cowardly attack. He tries to run. He can't escape them. He is beat. Your son, you protected. Your son, who had faith in CHS, was a safe place. This attack was a hate crime and a premeditated by cowards. This attack, in my opinion, was caused by lack of campus monitors, lack of supervision, major lack of leadership, and lack of mental health support for our kids. The kids who did this awful attack are in need of some mental health support. They are crying for help. There is a reason why these kids were so mad and they had so much anger, yet all missed by your so-called mental health programs. As much as I am extremely disturbed by the behavior, I am also deeply sad for the lack of support that was available to the attackers. The lack of accountability by these students who filmed it and did nothing was done to them is disgusting. You as a board are sending the wrong message. You are sending a message. You are not sending a message of zero tolerance. You're elected officials and you are failing to do your job. The bottom line is, you are parents and this could have been your son.
Thank you so much. Number 14, please.
Hello, my name is Katrina Hodges, and I have 4 kids who are all currently attending Tularcitos. My youngest, David, is in a wheelchair. Last June, Carmel Unified filed due process against David to prevent him from starting kindergarten at Tular. They wanted to send him to a facility for physically disabled kids in Toro Park, even though recent national studies show that kids with complex needs receive better education when taught alongside their typical peers. After a lengthy due process hearing, the California judge ruled in David's favor on the district's issue, and she also ordered every general education teacher in the entire district to undergo 4 hours of special education training. Carmel Unified recently decided to file an appeal of this decision in federal court. During all this time, David has been attending Tular, and he's loving it. His teachers and specialists have done a good job working with him, despite the lack of support from the district's upper level administration. Thank you, teachers, specialists, and aides, for your consistent, willing work with David. One of the great beauties of public school is that it's real life experience with other people. My kids get to interact with kids from families of diverse political perspectives, religious backgrounds, and ethnicities. But they do not get to interact with many local kids with disabilities, because those kids are often sent out of our district to separate schools. Why? Why is the district so committed to spending money in legal fees fighting disability inclusion rather than embracing all kids as equal and working to support their inclusion? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 15.
My name is Jennifer Peavy, long time Carmel Valley resident. Went to Tularcitos, Carmel Middle School. My dad went to Tularcitos. Let's go back. My dad, me, my sisters. 2 of my children have graduated from Carmel High, and I currently have a son in 8th grade. My eyes are wide open, and I'm really concerned about what's happening in this district. I'm going to follow up with you first and foremost. I'd like to know what inclusion means to Carmel Unified District on all levels. When I was a young girl, we had a deaf program in our school at Tularcitos. I learned to sign. I learned sign language. I had no idea this was happening. I also want to know how LGBTQ families and students are being supported, because it's come to my attention that they are not. To me, it's very concerning when our school board president gets up and says, I'm in support of a father-daughter dance, an antiquated function that does not fit in this day and age on any level. Traditional families are a minority. We need to support our whole community. Lastly, well, not actually lastly, I'm also really concerned about what zero tolerance means in terms of violence. It's also come to my attention a very violent attack at Carmel High School, and very little has been done about it. It's not okay. Our children need to feel safe in their schools. If they don't feel safe and they don't feel supported, they cannot learn. I also have a background in education. 20 years ago in a master's program of early childhood education, you know what we were doing? Getting rid of things like father-daughter dances. That language does not serve all. It excludes. And then lastly, I am incredibly concerned for our students and for our wonderful staff and the lack of administration and support for them. We have to do better. This school district used to be such a wonderful, beautiful, safe place. It's divided and it's becoming destroyed by toxicity. We need to come back together as a community. This is a special place. There's a reason why we all are here raising our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Number 16, please.
Wow. I mean, we have to be moved. I'm certainly moved. My eyes are wide open. And I'm moved to consider, I'm moved to open my heart and open my mind and open my eyes to things that I didn't know. That's not even why I'm up here right now. In fact, I kind of lost why I'm up here right now, other than to just breathe life into the words that you guys have said. Whew. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about, Jason, I think you're amazing, and I'm really glad the board chose you. I'm actually grateful the board chose you to sit in this seat. But I heard something about the process that maybe you didn't know as a board. I'm certain Jason didn't know because we were in the hallway together. There was a group of parents that found a picture of my child. She was in kindergarten. She had painted a watercolor of a rainbow. She glued cotton balls to the outside of it to make it look like clouds. And that picture got passed around to other parents that were in the room with utterances or murmurs saying, well, it can't be that guy. It can't be this guy. That's what this district is doing for inclusion. But I also believe it's a minority voice. I believe there's a minority voice where cruelty is the point. And caring for the kids is what it's all about. The reason I put my name in the hat to sit in one of these seats is to care for the kids and to focus on the kids and the kindness and being a model for how our kids can grow in this district. They have to be safe to grow. They have to be cared for on every level. They have to be free of fear from other people's parents and their fundamental hate and cruelty. That has to be a requirement. And so as policies are written and mission is driven, I think that has to be at the foundation of it. Inclusion for all. Really, that's what public education is all about. You guys have opened my eyes even wider. And with love, I hope I can stand with you and I can stand behind you. And for those that are concerned about my words, I'm wide open to sitting with you as well. I want to learn from you and where you come from. I want to understand. I want a bigger table because you're parents of children as well. And certainly you care for the health and care for your children too. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Matt. Number 17.
Thank you. We're on a roll here because I'm going to speak on a similar topic. The first thing I'd like to do is show my appreciation for the two resolutions that I hope will be voted on positively today, recognizing the Teacher Appreciation Day and the Staff Appreciation Day. I've been on a number of PTO calls and other discussions. The teachers are stressed and they're distraught and they don't feel supported. And anything we can do as a community and as parents and as a board to recognize that, I'm all for it, and I know the rest of the room is as well. So please let us know how we can further contribute there. I really appreciate the calls for a space, a platform to better understand what's going on. I'm going to read a text here in a moment that I got from the school. It is not a condemnation of the communication. I love it. Please keep the text and the communication coming. My frustration is with a lack of space for discussion. I don't want to have to ask my child what's going on at the high school. I don't know. When it gets this sensitive and raw, I don't think that that's fair. So I'm going to read you the text that I'm talking about. It only came 2 weeks ago. Good evening, CHS community. This letter is being sent today to provide you with accurate information, to discourage rumors, and to ask for your assistance. Recent events at schools in our society have heightened everyone's concern for safety of students. We have been made aware of several posts with angry messages where school clubs and activities have been tagged. My child, who I hope you will hear from in a moment, is part of these clubs. I get this and I get a few more sentences, and that's all I get. And I go to the PTO meetings and I hear about all the amazing activities you're doing, and that's fantastic. And I come to these meetings and we share this, and this is fantastic. But I can't put that on my child to talk to me about the violence, the discrimination, the vitriol, the parents' social media. Come on, adults. Sit down with us if you have something to say. Do not embroil our children. We are all bought into a positive climate for our students and our kids. Let's be adults and let's let them be children. Don't force them to be adults, not yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Number 18.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sophia Kemmerly. I'm a student at Carmel High School, as well as I am the vice president of the Be Yourself Club, or the LGBTQ Club, and also a member of the Social Justice Committee. I'm here solely in defense of the Be Yourself Club in response to current controversy and online comments. I'd like to start this out by letting parents know that I understand being concerned for your child is a normal, healthy reaction. I believe that everyone has the right to want their child safe at school. However, associating a school club made for acceptance with danger is an incredibly ignorant belief. Carmel High School's Be Yourself Club has done nothing but provide a space for queer students to feel understood, safe, and a part of a community on campus. Not once this year have we convinced any students to change their gender or sexuality, and we never will. That kind of decision is based solely on an individual's own feelings and is not something that can be spread as if it were a disease. We are here as support and as friends for our fellow classmates, and our presence is incredibly important. Just last year, almost 50% of queer youth admitted to engaging in self-harm. 70% reported to being a target of bullying and harassment solely based on their identity. This harassment is a constant factor in all schools across the globe, and while we can't prevent the slurs, the violence, and the hate crimes, we can offer an outlet. Getting to know your peers, talking about common experiences, playing games, and watching cheesy rom-coms is all it takes to make a minority more of a community. It's time everyone be aware that the Be Yourself Club is here to stay, no matter how treacherous our lunchtime laughs and movie nights may seem. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your comments with us. We appreciate it. Number 19. Is there anybody else in attendance this evening that wishes to address the board? Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there a number 19? Oh, okay, so number 20. Sorry.
Hello, my name's Christine Williams. My husband was principal at Tularcitos for 8 years. He retired in 2006. I know that was a long time ago. Our son grew up in the district and benefited greatly from the arts and the music programs and all the wonderful things that were offered. I'm here, though, to speak to the issue of my friend Katrina's son, who has been embroiled in these now second lawsuits. They're new to the community. They came from a district that was working very well with David. He was a mainstream part of the day and getting all kinds of services. His IEP came with him. And for some reason, the district decided not to use that IEP, even though it was still valid until November 1st, and instead filed a lawsuit against the family. I don't know if you realize, but most lawsuits concerning handicapped children are from the families to the districts. Districts don't usually sue families. And so they were thrown into this required response that cost a lot of money. And they won. And the district was told to educate all their teachers about what IEPs were supposed to be like, what those meetings were supposed to be like. And then they went to federal court. They appealed it. Why? Why? I assume that you had to vote for this to happen. And I don't understand the reasoning. And I don't understand what's happened since 2006 to now to turn this district on its head in this kind of situation. I plead with you to relook at the facts and reconsider what's happening in this one family situation, but it has to be affecting a lot of other families in the district who don't know what the law says and can't stand up for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 21.
Hi, I'm Christina Bell. I am a feminist. I am an LGBTQ plus ally, and I am against bullying. I just have to add that, I think now. I didn't prepare anything to say tonight, but it's so nice to just hear all of you talk, and I'm really moved by these issues. And I think in parenting, we talk about when there is a behavior, the behavior isn't the problem, right? The behavior is the child showing you what they need. And sometimes what they need is more firm and respectful limits. Sometimes what they need is more freedom or more communication. And I think you as the board need to come back to the community. You're never able to respond to us here, but you need to come back with some solutions. You need to change your parenting a little bit, because this continues to be a conversation, one-sided conversation, and I'm not seeing any movement. There's clearly a problem here, not just in our community, but the way you are responding to these issues. Like, I'm looking at the bullying at Carmel High, and all I can see is way back at Carmel River with these sexist dances that have no place in our lives anymore. This is a civil rights issue. And what I'm seeing from my conversations when, I spoke with Ted, a while ago, he's like, well, this is the community, and the community needs to come forward and say what they need. No, like, the leadership needs to say, hey, these are the laws. These are the laws. Like, we protect all kids, not just the loudest voice in the room or who emails you every week, which I just realized is a thing that we're supposed to be doing, by the way, send emails. I'm like, that sucks. It sucks that some kids aren't getting the support that they need because they don't fit in the boxes that this community places arbitrarily. Like, that's gone. We're done with that now. Like, there are no boxes, there are only spectrums. So I think you need to look internally. I think you need to have these discussions and figure out what you can do to create a better culture in our community, what you can do to support all kids, because our teachers are there every day supporting all kids. Like, the problem is here. The problem is here. Thank you for your service. It's not easy work, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 22, please.
Hi, my name is Michelle Bavard. My son is a freshman at Carmel High. I want to start out by saying there are two sides to every story, and it is inappropriate to convict a child in the court of public opinion. Violence is never the answer and shall not be tolerated. I am here to bring up another topic on top of the violence. Recently, a Carmel High student lost his life at Santa Barbara College. There was a party. There was ketamine laced with fentanyl. One of our graduates from Carmel High passed away. Just recently, my father-in-law's friend, who was an Uber driver in Monterey, was driving a passenger to the airport who opened fentanyl in the back seat and had the driver ended up having a massive heart attack and died. My son was offered ketamine at the winter ball at the fairgrounds in Monterey. The student offered it to him and his friend, and they adamantly declined it. There was some profanity said, declining the drugs. The child ended up grinding it up in front of him and snorting it. The same child has also drugged other kids at school with hot brownies, or I don't know if they're muffins or brownies, but edibles, fed them to other students, didn't tell them until they consumed them. One of the children got sick. My point is that ketamine is killing our kids. It is our new pandemic. We need to have Narcan in every classroom. Every teacher, every principal, every staff member needs to know how to administer it and what it is. It's not just our kids that are at risk. It is all of us. Anyone in the presence of it is at risk. We need to do something about it. We need to get Narcan in the classrooms. This is very important. It's not our children's choice when another child is doing a drug that will affect their lives forever. And it's also not okay to convict a child in the court of public opinion.
Thank you for your comments. Number 23, please. Is there a 24?
I'm hesitant to speak, but I felt very compelled by the people who spoke today. I think I was a little bit before my time. As you know, I've been advocating for a DEI director for 6 years. I've had conversations with Sarah about these issues back when she was PTO president at River School. I have students in 4 schools throughout Carmel, currently in 3 schools throughout Carmel. I have 4 children. And the experience my students have faced, including being called that they weren't American and being told that they didn't belong. As you know, I've spoken to you about it, and I experienced by speaking a lot of hate mail in return, and it made me very afraid to speak again. But one of the reasons I feel compelled to speak today is because I think maybe I was just before my time. It seems like the majority understands how important it is. If you want a solution, what you need to do is put it on the agenda for next month to direct Deputy Superintendent Ofak to have the authority to hire a director, a DEI director. Ted never felt like he had that authority. That is exactly what needs to happen. With that authority, then Sharon will be able to hire a DEI director. We will then have protocols. I don't think that the protocol would have been that Katrina's son would have had this lawsuit. Another thing I have asked for many, many, many years is for us to hire in-house counsel. Whenever you hire outside counsel, as Apple or Google or any other large place could tell you, it is in their best interest to rack up legal fees. They're running their own corporation. And I do think it was a huge benefit that we now have Ms. Hull. I think she is adding something to possibly at least have awareness of our legal fees. But we need in-house counsel. One of the issues with being what's considered a more savvy organization is that you're waiving a lot of your legal rights because a lawyer is allowed to ask you to do that. If I was representing you as an individual, I could not double bill you. I could not ask you to waive those rights. We do have that legal counsel doing that, and we have waived those rights. We've also waived the rights to the normal legal fee of 1/10 of an hour. Our lawyers are allowed to charge us for a half an hour, and for their first bills. If you read what they're allowed to charge you for things, it's absurd. We could save a lot of money. And again, that is totally within your power. You want a solution? I would ask you to have on the agenda next month hiring legal counsel, and allow Sharon to start to look at it. As if you have an idea of what the legal counsel makes in Monterey County, you would be surprised how low it is. Most attorneys around here start as a first year, someone who can handle all the PRA quite easily, $75,000 a year. Okay, and that's full time. So that would be overtime. You know what I mean? You wouldn't pay for overtime. It'd be a salaried employee. And again, when you look at an experienced attorney, a high-level partner will make about $300,000 a year, somewhat less or at the same level as a superintendent, but nothing near the millions of dollars that we're paying, or hundreds of thousands. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact figure. I do want to respect your time, but I did think it is really important to speak when I hear all of these issues being resolved. They could all be resolved so quickly with one DEI director, where we then had a policy and protocol to prevent what happened to my children, and to prevent what's happening to all these other families with an actual stance that would also relieve a lot of the pressure from the admin from these schools who often don't know what to do. And I am quite upset, as I'm sure you know, that a lot of what's happened with these admin has been glossed over because they've done some great things, but when these things that may have only happened to 1% or less of the families have happened, they've been glossed over, and still the admin are told you're doing a great job instead of you've done a great job, but this is a huge issue. We cannot let these children fall through the cracks.
Thank
I know
you,
you know.
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I just know there's other people that are respecting the time limit. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Number 25, please.
Hello, everyone. I was actually not planning on talking today, but a couple things really touched my heart. One of them is Katrina. I'm one of the moms, and my son too, where we try to play with David every Monday when I go volunteer. I don't know why, like, we're spending this money on this child. He has the same exact right as my kids to be in the school, to be in a setting somewhat normal to him. And I'm just lucky I have healthy children. So I don't understand what are we doing? Like, why don't we spend those big dollars that you spend on suing parents into something else? I'm totally willing to, like, give my time to help David as a mom. And I don't have all the time that people think I have, but I will do it with my heart because, like I said, he just deserves the same exact treatment as my kids. So this really breaks my heart. So I'm sorry you're going through that, Katrina. I also wanted to thank Matt for applying for the position. I thought you were also a great choice. Congratulations, Jason. I'm sorry for what you shared. It's pretty terrible. I support diversity in every possible form, color, everything. Like, you don't know what I've been through and the paths and countries I've been through and what I had to adjust and what I had to suffer in my first 27 years of life before moving here. So on another note, it occurred to me we're using the same company to hire the new principal at CHS, which is the same company we use for the superintendent. And why are we spending all that money again when by me Googling Ted Knight's name and reaching out to his previous district, I was able to find out all his dirt. It's all out there in public. And we're paying 15 grand to, again, get somebody else in the position. I mean, can we look at it a little bit better? I mean, I just don't understand it. So as far as everything else, there has been rumors that John Lyons has a very strong case. The lawsuit could potentially cost $4.5 million. I'm not sure this is true or it's just rumors, but that's what I heard. So I will also look into that. And maybe a better strategy would be to give him his job back, get him a chance to clear his name from all the dirt he's got thrown on, and then just let him go next year or whenever. So just let's play strategically with the money, where the money is going to go to our children and to David and other kids, and we have a ton. If you come to Tularcitos and go look in the special ed classes, there is a ton of kids that need help. So let's spend the money there. because that's where the money belongs, the ones that we all pay in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 26, please. Sarah, 27, 28. Okay. Is there anybody else wishing to address the board? All right. I would like to personally thank everybody who made comments this evening. I think all the comments were very moving, and personally thinking, speaking for myself, gave me a lot to think about. So I appreciate everybody's candor and honesty and emotion that they shared with us tonight. So thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and get into agenda item 3. These are our action, discussion, and information items. We'll start with agenda item 3B. This is to review the appointments of board representatives and alternates to various organizations and subcommittees. So board members, if you could please pull out your board liaisons grid, that would be helpful. I think it'll be projected on the screen as well. So when we did the reorganization back in December, these are the committees and the representatives and the alternates that we all discussed as a board. Since there have been changes to the board since then, with Tess Arthur stepping down and the addition of Jason Remenzi, I wanted to go ahead and review all of these committees, the representatives, and the alternates with everybody now, because I think Jason would also like to be included as one of our liaisons. So with that said, Carl, do you have any thoughts on our grid here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thanks.
I was thinking Mission Trails Regional Occupation Program is the career tech ed piece for Carmel High School and all high schools, essentially. And that has been an incredibly tough nut to crack at Carmel High. Highly academic, and in my personal opinion, not enough on the other side for kids that are, you know, interested in other things and maybe not wanting to go straight, you know, to college or whatever, maybe get into the careers. So I'm looking at the Mission Trail Regional Occupation Board. The committee is Anne Marie and Carl. We work together at Carmel High School. We share the same educational philosophy with kids that are, you know, thinking a little differently, looking for something a little different, and maybe not feeling like they fit into a highly academic environment. So I was pretty excited to have Anne Marie get on board with this because got a chance to see her teach and how all that went for the kids. So I am thinking that Jason should replace me as the alternate on that committee because he is in a career technical position. He's an electrical contractor. He can be out in the community. He couldn't get a better mentor than Anne Marie doing this. I'm serious. So I've tried, and over the years, I've been kind of beaten down by this thing. It's just not been easy to try to put together up there. So my recommendation on this would be to go ahead and have Jason replace Carl as an alternate to work with Anne Marie.
That sounds good. Anne Marie?
I just wanted to add that Career Tech Ed not only works with kids that are not necessarily focused on going to college, but it also provides a thicker resume and a great deal of meat to what they are going to be adding to not only to their career, but if they're intending to go on to college as well. It adds some depth to the resume by getting them internships. It gets them experience, hands-on working experience. So it's not just for kids who are looking for alternates to college. It is enhancing that college experience as well. So that I just wanted to mention that, but but I also wanted to suggest.
But before we move away from that, the job market has shifted from academics to moving back into the trades, and that's where the real incomes are, and that's where the real needs are. And so I think that we have to take a pretty good look at that. Most of our kids are humanities majors. And, about 75, 80% of them really, and only about 20% are, math, science, technology. You have to think about what you're going to do with humanities. If you want to, if you're altruistic and you want to teach and you want to be a nurse and you want to do, public sector work, that's wonderful stuff. On the other hand, we got a world out there that needs kind of fixing structurally as well.
Just to tag on to what Carl was saying, there was just a new article out by Deloitte, which is one of our leading accounting firms in this country, and they just seconded that. Their chief officer came back and said, we are looking at giving people who in careers an equal standing as people who are coming in with degrees. And we're really looking at that as options. So that's why Career Tech Ed is going, gangbusters at this point in time. Jason, I would love to have you if you want to do that. I know that you had mentioned something about asking me about community human services. So I don't know if which one you want to do, because I want to make sure that I'm not putting too much on you.
Both of them I feel passionate about, and I think they're important programs that we participate in. If I knew more of the time commitment, I could dedicate myself possibly to both, depending on what the time commitment is per week, per month. That would help. Definitely, if Carl wants out of that one, I'd be happy to jump in that one and bust my butt to get things moving.
Okay, just if you don't mind me taking a moment to speak to time commitment. Community Human Services meets, our board meetings are right after, so tomorrow at 11 o'clock, there will be a board meeting for Community Human Services. It provides services for not just our area, but throughout Monterey County. It provides drug rehabilitation. It provides care and shelter for women and children in dire stress in this area. It provides mental health services. It works closely with the county in terms of getting all of those services done. So that's more of a time commitment. I also sit on the finance committee, and they want you to do that. So I meet also with them. So I just met with the finance committee yesterday, and I'm meeting with the other one tomorrow. The Mission Trails meets maybe twice, 3 times a semester. But it requires you to go all the way down to whatever sites they are. So we've gone down and visited King City's site, which they just put up a gorgeous $40 million building. And you walk onto the campus and you hear the "mah," and they're doing veterinary medicine. They are doing, they have got a point of sale for their horticulture. So some of the kids are growing the flowers elsewhere. They're bringing them back and they're doing point of sale right out of their school. It's absolutely amazing to see that. But it would require you to travel, to wherever that is. But as I said, that's maybe twice, 3 times a semester.
Let me throw another one in there too. Most of the meetings are in South County and Salinas because that's where the big programs really are. But one of the most interesting ones is culinary. And they've got kitchens, and kids are learning how to cook and serve and learning about the business and how to make it work and what to look out for. You would think if there was ever a community where food, was a big deal, it'd be right here.
And they serve you food.
And they serve you food.
You get dinner, and the kids were absolutely surprised.
Not quite done yet. Even Pacific Grove High School has a culinary program. So I think it's time that we really start putting some energy into this stuff. It really is. It's an eye-opening thing. The other one I saw that I got to tell you, Rancho San Juan, the new high school in Salinas, they are teaching the kids how to do water on large parcels using GPS management. And not so much people. They're putting it in a computer. The computers measure the dryness and the density and this and that and the other, and on and on. It's just fascinating stuff. And we don't do any of this. So anyway, I'm done.
All right, back to you, Jason. What are your thoughts on Community Human Services and the Mission Trails
And
Executive Board?
Can you quantify the Community Human Services time commitment again? Is that a weekly meeting or a monthly meeting?
It's a monthly meeting, and you have a committee. Sometimes the committees meet more than others, but it is definitely one time, but it's usually the day after our meeting.
Okay.
Well, and I guess I should also clarify, Jason, and also Anne Marie, if you want to dive into this, you technically are the alternate. So if there is a meeting that you aren't able to attend, I mean, Anne Marie is there as the representative. So you're more than welcome, obviously, to join her. But if there is a conflict in your schedule, it's not required that you attend as well, since you're the alternate.
Okay, yeah, I could definitely volunteer for both of them. That time commitment does not seem to be outside of what I would be capable of.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Would you be better off starting with one of these committees?
Your choice. I'll defer to you guys. I'm the new guy.
Well, no, I'm just thinking you are the new guy. And taking on two of them right off the bat you can do it, but it's just saying that.
So the good news is we will do this again at the end of the year. So you'll be representing as an alternate for the committee between now and December, and then we'll go ahead and go through this process again. So if you want to try out being alternate on one for now and then see how it's going, we could revisit in December. We will revisit in December.
Yeah, I think that's the only way you'll get a read on the time is to do it that way.
It seems like the Community Human Services is in Sand City. Is that typically in Sand City?
It's either that or in their offices on Garden Road.
Okay, which are very close to my office, so it's easy to sneak away from the shop for an hour or two during the day. I can do billing at night, so again, it fits into my time frame, I think, for all of the above, if that's what you guys need, and let Carl recover and his shoulder heal.
Oh, well, yeah, but I guess I'll stay on the other one till the end of the year with Anne Marie.
Okay, can I get a motion, please, for Jason to become the alternate representative for the Community Human Services Committee?
I'll make that motion that Jason be selected to be the alternate on the Community Human Services Committee.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
All right, before we move into agenda item 3C, the school start time presentation, I missed the approval of our consent calendar. So I'll go back to agenda item 2, and this is where the board bundles a number of items and acts upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. The consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent or acting superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to vote unless any member of the board would like to request any specific items to be removed for discussion. So with that, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for missing that. Agenda item 3C. So this will be our school start time presentation delivered by Sharon. And for the board's information, I'd like you all to know that this presentation tonight is information only. We will not be taking action.
All right. So this presentation was designed with the intention of providing an overall review of all of the school start time information and data that has been provided and or activities taking place in the last, I would say, 18 months or so, but with an emphasis on this past school year. So thank you. This is the legislation review of what the Senate bill required of school districts in the state of California, effective, this year in particular, but rural schools such as ours are exempted from this requirement. But ultimately, this legislation required high schools not to start before 8:30 a.m. and middle schools not to start before 8 a.m. There's additional information and context provided on this slide around the level of support that this Senate bill received, or lack thereof. So it was very much a mixed opinion in terms of support from associations and organizations. The next slide has information in terms of general considerations that have been shared here in Carmel Unified School District around making such a decision in terms of different factors to consider. And these two slides that I just spoke about have been presented when I did a little bit of a dive into past presentations. These two slides have been in, I think, every presentation so far. So those are very much a review and overall picture that's been communicated out to everyone in the last 18 months. If we can go to the next slide. This slide just has a review of the recommendation that was provided by the superintendent last school year during, I believe, a study session on late start. And the idea was to provide additional information to the community and to the Board of Education around the elements involved in creating a bell schedule change across our district and what those trade-offs might involve when such a change is considered or put into place. So to that end, the next few slides will talk about all the different ways that we have done that. So over the summer, there was some work around coordinating some student, staff, and parent, surveying opportunities to provide their thoughts and input on the ideas, and stakeholder listening sessions were scheduled and planned out. So a lot of work over the summer to plan for the fall semester. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So part of that outreach was to provide information again to the community and the board simultaneously here. We had 5 different presentations over the fall semester. State of transportation back in June, which I guess technically is summer, but still 5 presentations. The state of the transportation was provided, and then instructional minutes overview, how it all works and all the different pieces of information connected to instructional minutes and the requirements at the different levels, elementary, middle, high school, et cetera. And then athletics and activities implications, staffing and negotiations implications. And then there was an overview of the survey, the results of the survey that was crafted and administered to the community. In addition, there were town halls hosted both for staff and for students and community members. There were listening sessions, specifically out in our outerlying areas of Kashawa and Big Sur. Student and staff advisory councils were consulted on these topics. Again, those 5 board meetings, presentations that were provided, in addition to other board meetings in the previous year. And then there were individual conversations that the superintendent had with folks, whether they were in person or on the phone or exchanges through email. Then we had a late start committee that was comprised of 35 different staff members representing all the different levels and different sectors of our school district. We met every other week or so from August to December, where a lot of these topics were discussed as well. So that provided an opportunity for principals and teachers and instructional aides, CSCA reps, union reps, staff, everyone to provide input on their thoughts around different possibilities or different elements of what it would require to have a change in start time. Next slide. Thank you. So the survey, which was administered in the late fall, early winter, was administered to all staff, all community parents and students, I believe at the high school were participants in that survey. And that data was provided to the board again at that December 22nd meeting. And in general, the consensus around all of that is that there is no one compelling or one standout time frame that was preferred over any other. And ultimately, the summary statement from that data is that while It is desired to have a later start time. It is not desired to move the end time. But then we end up in trouble with instruction and instructional minutes. And so it's, that one's a really hard one to do. You can't necessarily start later without ending later. So if everyone recalls that information, that was basically the summary statement of that survey. Next slide. So in January, the superintendent did do a town hall, both one with the staff and one with the community. In that town hall, we brought on a new tool to the district called Thought Exchange, which if you can just jump to the next slide. Oh, nope. Maybe it's the next slide after the next slide. Can we go? Yeah, there you go. So Thought Exchange is a platform that allows you to listen to the presentation, but then through Thought Exchange, you can provide your ideas and thoughts on whatever it was that was proposed or talked about. In our case, different bell schedule possibilities or start time shifts by 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatnot. Participants provide their thoughts and ideas and input confidentially. It is not, you are not identified. And then in addition to sharing a thought, you're allowed to or permitted to see what everyone else's thoughts are and rate them if you choose to. You can just read them and move on, or you can read them and rate them as like your level of support, for example. And they use a technology that supports an anti-bias technology that somehow vets all of the materials. I can't speak to that on the back end, but I do think it's important to point out that tool has that kind of component to it, so that when you look at the information that comes out of it, it helps to provide a good discussion point. If we can go back to the previous slide, these are the proposals for changes that were shared during the town hall, and subsequent Thought Exchange comments were provided on these 4 things. So, or 5, I guess. The current schedule is that first left column with the different levels like River and Tular, Cooper. That is awfully tiny for me. Don't have my glasses. River, Cooper, the middle school and the high school, and the start times there. Then there's the next column is for 15 minutes. Oh, thank you. 15-minute shift in start time, a 20-minute shift in start time, a 45-minute shift in start time, and then the one to the right that is, thank you, is actually if we just flip-flop the start times between elementary and middle school right now. So those are the scenarios or the possibilities that were proposed for feedback. If we go now, skip to the next one, but the next one. Thank you. Next, there we go. So based on this town hall where the information was shared and presented, and the Thought Exchange information, which again is a nice and different way of soliciting input and trying to get a little bit more, detailed level of information and input. We had 261 participants in the Thought Exchange. That doesn't mean that that's the number of students parents and staff members who went to the town halls or the forums online, but that is the number of people who participated in the Thought Exchange. Of the 261 people who participated in the Thought Exchange, 160 of them shared a thought. That's that 61%. 194 of them provided ratings on those thoughts, and 183 of them explored the thoughts, meaning they didn't provide a rating, but they read them. 235 total thoughts were provided, and 9,122 ratings were made, if that makes sense. So of the 160 participants who shared a thought, they actually those 160 people created 235 thoughts or ideas to be rated or reviewed. And of the thoughts, there were over 9,000 of them were rated or reviewed in some way. So I thought that's very helpful information in terms of participation and engagement, because that has been a question that I've heard over over the last couple months. If we go to the next slide, we could certainly pull a ton of information out about this, but ultimately what matters, I think, in this conversation and in this, to be efficient with our information, this is the breakdown of how those thoughts connected back to support for these different proposed schedule changes. And I thought it was interesting. I actually met with our student board member, Jack, this morning and reviewed the slide deck with him, knowing that he was going to leave early for his other event that was conflicting with tonight. And we had a conversation about this. And at face value, when you look at that, you're like, oh, 37% don't want any change. And that's the largest number on there. But if you think about it, it's actually 63% of the family of the folks who rated something did prefer a change, but they just couldn't. There isn't a big distinction between which change they wanted. So we're back with a similar kind of response from our community in that their minds haven't shifted much around the fact that they want to change, but there isn't a big push for any one particular change. So that's what that data says. And then that's it. We just have our next slide, which is basically asking for direction from the Board of Education around next steps. For example, is there one of these preferences, should we proceed with this, that you would like us as a district to sit down and really make a concrete schedule, like this, if we start at this time, this is how this works and this is what this means. I think that's the direction we're seeking, because it is already April.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. We'll start with you, Carl. Any questions or comments? Ultimately, we do need to provide Sharon with direction this evening for the next steps. So what are your thoughts?
The only direction I would offer is we have to decide at the next time we meet. If we can't come up with something by then, it's going to be difficult for parents to schedule whatever they're doing with their kids, pickup times, drop-off times, and I have no real preference here. So, but I'm not raising kids, and I don't know how big 15 minutes would be to parents today. Back in the day, it didn't matter too much. I mean, this is when it started, and that's when it ended. So I think the big message for me is, let's pick something, right, next time around, next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anne Marie, thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I have lots of thoughts on late start. I've presented over the course of the year or so that we've been looking at this, many different documents, and most of them have been put on our website as to what we're looking at for late start. While we're saying yes, I think I want to state, first of all, that it's not late start that gives the added benefits to mentation, to suicidal ideations, to health issues. It's sleep. It's not late start. It's the additional sleep that our students get. I think we need to take a look at the fact that we are exempt for a reason. The state of California has recognized the fact that this district is rural and that there are difficulties in implementing this. While it may be easy for our hub, I look at our district as if it's a baseball field, and our home plate, it's very, very easy for our center of Carmel to be able to adapt to this. As you get further and further away, it becomes more and more difficult for those people in our outlying areas to actually make this work for them, to the point where by the time we get all the way out to Cachagua and Big Sur, Cachagua in particular, because there's not a lot of employment opportunities out in Big Sur, those people are actually having to decide whether they are going to go look for another job to be able to make late start work. That has implications that are generational and you are looking at asking people to say, I'm holding on because we have our biggest socioeconomic diversity going on in our outlying areas, and you're asking these people to say, you're holding on, keeping out of the poverty line, and you might not be able to do that. Do you want to stay in this school district and possibly look at having to change your job or to work from 3 till 11 a.m. and then have your spouse work those other hours so you can cover that? When those people are leaving in the morning and they're putting their children on the bus at 6:30 in the morning, those parents go off to work. They don't go back home and work from home. The great and grand majority of them are going off somewhere, and they're leaving their child at that bus stop. And so they're coming into school, and they have nobody that's at home to go pick them up, go do anything else. This is really a big impact on those, and I think we need to take a look at that. It is about sleep. Late start is a governance tactic to inspire parents to get more sleep for their children. And seriously, how many people want the government telling you, get your child to bed? This is the only way that the government has to kind of work this out, is to change the times around. And I will go back and say, the state of California has said that it is beyond difficult for rural districts to make this work. And historically, going back to 2013, when we started looking at this seriously, the most amount of time that we could get is 15 minutes. So my recommendation is to not do anything, or at most to move at 15 minutes. Even that is a slap in the face to the people in our outlying areas. So my recommendation is to not do anything. Thank you.
Sarah, can I add one more quick point? I forgot.
Sure. Thanks, Anne Marie, for all those comments. I appreciate it.
We have never heard from the principals. And I'm very curious about that, having been a principal. I see Marvin's smiling out here in the audience. No one knows better about the operation at their site than they do. I don't know that it would be so much the philosophical piece of, is it more sleep? Is it late start? I think with them is, what is it going to do to the daily operation that we have? If anything, maybe nothing. But it's unusual for me to try to make a decision like this without having direct input. Having one principal stand up and say, no issue here, and another one standing up and saying, well, there's some issues here. So we're not really accessing one of the key pieces, I think, that would help us make the best possible decision.
Thanks, Carl. If I could just, sorry, Jason, can I just make one comment just so I don't lose the train of thought? I think also the key group that we have not heard from in this whole process is the Late Start Committee. The board has not received a breakdown of what conversations happened during those committee meetings. What were the topics? Where were the areas of conflict, or where were the areas of agreement? I feel like there's a key piece of this, to your point, Carl, that we are missing. So I don't want that to get lost. And so I'm sorry, Jason, but I do believe that we would like to hear from, or I would like to hear from the Late Start Committee head, chair, Ryan. or just attendee. All right, sorry. Thank you. I'm actually not, that's
can
my
I
question.
Can I just provide? So the 35 participants were all employees serving in different capacities across the district, including principals, not just principals, including principals. Principals participated and were a part of the town halls and the thought exchange and the survey as well. So their voices are in there, in that data. And I believe when the data was shared back in December, there was a disaggregation of that data by role that was provided.
Great. I still think I would like to hear about what was discussed in those committee meetings personally. So, all right. Sorry, Jason, what are your thoughts?
I would like more information. I think knowing who said what was the term you used, Sharon, at the very end of it? Disaggregation. Does that mean it's weighted? Because I think certain members of our community need a bigger say because it's going to affect them more. When you're driving almost an hour to get to high school, I think that affects you more than the person that I used to walk to the high school. I was late every day for the first 2 weeks of my senior year, but that was my fault, and it had to do with sleep. But these kids that do have to do that, I think it's going to make it very difficult for them, and I just kind of would want to know how that data was extrapolated and where they weighted that maybe they got a little more say. I don't know how you would even quantify that or do that.
So the data is not weighted; it's just disaggregated by the role you are representing in the district in terms of providing your feedback. No, not geography. I mean.
Both Hanover and Thought Exchange disaggregate by area.
And if I can just chime in and add, and I did have a conversation. I have been meeting with student groups from both Kashawa and Big Sur since I got here, trying to, get to know them and understand their experiences as students in the high school. And this is one of the topics of conversations that we had. And when I said, what do you think about like a 15 or 20 minute change? In their minds, they very much had like a much bigger time frame. And in summary, I would say they didn't even know they're like, really? Just that? Oh, okay. I probably wouldn't change what I do. Or, there was very much a very authentic conversation around what a 15 or 20 minute change would do versus, that full 8:30, 45-minute change. And the impact was not, one of the students definitely responded with, I had never even thought about it in that way. So, there definitely were it wasn't like a visceral response of like, that's not going to work. They definitely had to pause for a minute in that particular just casual lunchtime conversation.
Jason, any more thoughts?
I had one, but I lost it. What my thought was is I think it's very telling that the state has allowed us to be exempt because we're a rural district. So obviously they find some value that it benefits us, and it's harder for us to do it as a rural district. So again, I'd like to see more data from the outlying areas and if these people can even make it work. Not that should be the only say in it, but it didn't seem that anybody's super excited to move to any different time change specifically on their own. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Seabury, thoughts?
Yeah, actually, I had a couple of questions I just wanted to follow up with you. So the proposals that were outlined, Sharon, I didn't see the ones that just had the 15 to 20 minute shift. Was that included in there? Which proposals?
Yes, they're there. The second column.
Okay, great. Okay.
So 15 minutes, 45, and of what?
Okay.
And I believe the responses from the Thought Exchange were 18% for 15 minutes and 12 or 13% for. Can you go back to that slide? Sorry. Thank you. There, that one. There you go. 12% for 20 minutes, 18% for 45, and 15 for flipping the two, which, provides a whole host of other considerations.
Right. And then to that, or no, I think it was the other, that you said there was 261 participants, but you're saying that doesn't necessarily mean that they're individual, unique participants. Is that right?
No, they are.
They are. Okay.
They are. But the thoughts, those 261 participants, of those 261 participants, 61% of them, or 160, shared a thought.
Okay.
On the platform.
Got it. Okay.
Because you can participate and you can watch and you can rate a thought without providing a thought.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And just for clarification, so we had like the listening sessions, we had the surveys that all took place in fall, winter timeframe. And then what was the idea behind the Thought Exchange to provide additional information or to kind of round it out more, provide more insight, all of the above?
I would say all of the above, and also had that grid that was just up there had more concrete ideas of what it would mean in terms of a 15-minute change, a 20-minute change, a 45-minute change, and just in terms of start and potential end time.
Right. Okay.
The other piece that it provided was an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions.
Right.
And provide answers. And there is a recording of that session on our Late Start webpage.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And so how would you guys feel that compares to it seems like the participation was greater in the individual listening sessions and the surveys. So there was a much higher participation in that forum.
Yeah, the Hanover survey had over 1,500 participants.
Okay. And in general, that was like students were favoring a later start, but didn't want to change the end date or the end time. Staff was kind of ambiguous. They could go either way. And parents were saying, no, we don't want to change at all. Right?
Flip those.
Flip those. Okay.
Staff, no change.
Right.
Parents
Okay. And parent. Okay.
We're mixed.
Okay. And I know I asked this in the board questions before today when I had the opportunity to review it, but in terms of making a decision, like what is the date that we need to pull the trigger to make this happen?
It's already quite late, but if we make a decision, we need to make a decision as was shared earlier. Right. We need to make a decision as soon as we can. So if we don't make a decision in May, I would say there's no way we can work on, because we've had these conversations and people's minds are engaged right now. And, it's one of the most frequent questions, like, are we changing or not?
Right.
So here we are, soliciting direction from the board, and happy to return with information, additional information in May, but a decision needs to be made or we will not be able to do this.
Okay.
I think sometimes too much information doesn't help. We're kind of splitting the hairs on this thing. We really are. And, if you try to dial it in on these response charts and everything, I think it's pretty commonsensical which one costs the least to do, which one would have the most impact for the least amount of disruption. And we just need to move it forward. I mean, we've been talking about the same stuff now for about 6 months. Thank you for the nod in the front row. But, it's not rocket science. If this was 45 or 50 minutes, I'd say we have a real big deal here. And it would be very valuable to families if it was that. But what we've worked out, the least disruptive piece of it is not much time. So I don't know how much more you want to look at this.
Well, you're talking to a scientist, Carl, so I like data.
I forgot. I was thinking more philosophically, dear.
But I would agree that I think it would be valuable to hear from the Late Start Committee, to hear kind of some more of the details on that, including, the thoughts from the principals and how disruptive this would be. But I have to just say, in general, I think this is about compromise, and I think we have found a solution, a way forward, which is, the 15 to 20 minute shift, which, I totally agree with you. I don't want to make a huge impact on our residents that are, out in Cashel and Big Sur, but it is a compromise. We have to also think of the other students that will benefit from this greatly. So I would say that I'm all for trying to start next year and see what it looks like. And I think my favorite one would be the 15 to 20 minute shift.
I don't think we need to go deeper on this any longer. I agree on the 15 to 20 minute shift. And I also, like I said earlier, just want more information from the Late Start Committee. So you asked specifically for what the next step would be. So I would suggest a deeper dive on a 15 to 20 minute schedule, which I think is what you were asking for direction for, alongside a presentation from the committee.
So would we get that information prior to the next meeting? Not that you're not busy enough, but I think, look at Marvin
We
smiling.
can discuss an agenda setting. We'll discuss an agenda setting.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
I don't want to lose that we also have to mention the litigation against the stadium lights and how that would be impacted, how that would impact a possible change. So I just want to make that note so that it's on the record.
Great. Okay, so I think you have the direction that you need.
Correct. So I will be back in May at the latest to present to you the work I do with, ultimately at this point it would be principals, food services, transportation, et cetera, administrators, around what a concrete, real, like if we do this schedule, where do we land on what it looks like for start and times for every level.
I thought we already had that pretty well covered. Didn't Dan prepare several options for us, in terms of how this would look and lay out? I think we have it.
Yeah, there's plenty to build off of.
I don't think we've seen everything together, though. I think we haven't seen a comprehensive full schedule for everything for everyone.
Okay.
And I guess I would ask Sharon if we could look at both a 15 and 20 minute because the committee might say that 5 minutes is not a big deal, but I can tell you for sure that my high schooler would be like 5 more minutes, right on. So I'd like to know the comparison between the two.
Absolutely. Well, I think what we will do is look at, again, where all the recesses have to fit in, where the lunch service provisions have to be provided and fit in, and come up with what that looks like.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 3D. This is World Languages Adoption Request. So we will be taking action on this one this evening, and I'll pass it off to you, Sharon.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So this is the culmination of a 2-year process, which had a few bumps in the road in that the leader of the process has shifted a little bit a couple times in the 2 years. However, the world language teachers have come together. They started their work with the release of a new revised world language framework from the state of California. They did a study on the changes and the shifts in practice that were approved by the state and pushed out to the world language teachers across the state. And then from there, they reviewed instructional materials that had been published in alignment with the new framework. And they did some piloting, and here we are today with a recommendation from them about what they liked in terms of the materials they looked at and what they would like for the materials moving forward for the next 8 years. I believe this adoption is an 8-year cycle. And in addition to the actual core instructional materials, there are some elements in here that include some supplemental materials based on the pilot where they found some deficits in the programs. No one instructional material is always perfect. And so in this instance, some supplemental materials are on this request that are along the lines of like literature for the higher level courses, the level 3 and 4 or AP courses, like literature in the target language. And in some instances, there are, for 1 or 2 of the programs, there's some supplemental grammar materials. So it's pretty comprehensive review that our teachers did and pretty comprehensive scope of inquiry that they conducted. And every single teacher participated, which is really nice because sometimes you only get a percentage of the department, but in this instance, every teacher did participate. So we present to you this information. This is the maximum that it would cost, we believe, and we will, before ordering, if you approve this, review our numbers based on student enrollment in these courses to make sure we're not over-purchasing.
Thank you, Sharon. And I know all of us had the opportunity to read the supporting documents when the agenda came out. So if there's any board questions or comments on this, or I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommended Spanish, French, Chinese, American Sign Core and Supplemental Instruction Materials programs as presented.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
And I apologize, Sharon. Seabury had a question on the languages.
Go ahead.
I was just curious because 8 years is a long time, and I mean, do they look at kind of the direction of, because, like, for example, I'm thinking when I was in school, I mean, Chinese, it wasn't even considered that would be a language that would be important for future skills. But now of course it is. It's a integral part of the learning process, and creating graduates that are ready for the 21st century. So my question is 8 years is a long time. How are they ensuring that they're keeping up with the trends and making sure that our graduates are ready to hit the job force?
Yeah. So the state of California has a refresh cycle I call it a refresh cycle, but they have a cycle of revision for their frameworks. And the world languages one was recently pushed out a couple years ago. And most cycles for instructional materials are 6 to 8 years. This is not surprising for world languages, and it's not based on the actual language, but it's based on the content, the skills you need to develop and build, and not on anything. And you can always supplement, like I said, in this one in particular, for the more accelerated courses, the higher level courses, we have literature in the target language that we're supplementing with, because the skills pieces are already mastered at that point. So there's ways to address the instructional strategies component to it around making them more engaging or more current. But the materials themselves, vocabulary, words, grammar, stuff like that, is 8 years is okay.
All right, great. Moving on to agenda item 3E. This is the ratification of Memoranda of Understanding, an MOU, between CUSD and CSCA Chapter 190. Welcome, Craig.
Good evening. So there are three MOUs that I have before you for ratification. The first one is regarding emergency leave. As you know, we've had a number of incidents over the last several years. When schools have to close, we want to have a circumstance that puts our employees in a position in which they can remain physically safe. And so that MOU, the first one, is around that particular topic. Also, sometimes there are needs during the course of those closures, and we need to identify critical personnel who need to come into the facility to be able to do those activities which are necessary, sometimes to prepare for the return for students and other staff members. And so the second one there is to address payment during that course of time in which individuals are coming in under circumstances that might have predicated a closure. And then finally, release time. In our bargaining agreement with ACT, we have some release time that's been identified for the bargaining unit president to spend with the district and with others, kind of working towards collective goals. And so one of the things that we weren't able to quite figure out at the same time frame was the release time for the CSCA leadership. So this actually allows us to do that and to kind of put everybody in the same place.
That's great. Thank you, Craig. Any questions or comments on these from the board? No. All right, I'll take a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve ratification of Memorandum of Understanding between the CUSD and CSCA Chapter 190 agreement, MOU.
You got it.
Okay.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
All right, agenda item 3F, ratification of MOUs between CUSD and ACT.
And so these three actually, one is the same, two are different. The first one is the same, so I won't go into that in any more detail. That was around emergency leave when there are closures in the district, whether that's at a school site or the entire district. The second one actually was a prior agreement that was reached and never quite made it into the contract. So we revisited that, agreed that this was a continuing need in terms of being able to provide the service around athletic training and sports medicine at the high school. And so we renewed the agreement with the intent of actually putting that language into the contract the next time that we come back to the whole contract and are able to update that. And then finally, there is some required training, and part of our responsibility around negotiations is around the conditions of employment. And so we're asking individuals to be in at a time that they are not normally in the building. And so that's a working condition, and so we needed to discuss that with the bargaining unit and come to an agreement around that. So the third one is around that.
Great, thank you. Questions, comments, or a motion?
I'll make a motion, but only if Jason will second. You ready for the motion? Ratification of Memorandum of Understanding MOUs between the CUSD and ACT. Approve the 3 Memorandum of Understanding between the CUSD and ACT as presented.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Welcome Dan Paul to the podium for the next 3 agenda items. So agenda item 3G, this is the approval of the purchase of 3 buses.
Right, this is a piggyback contract to purchase 3 buses to replace 3 of our older buses in the fleet. The reason we're doing 3 buses is we have funding from this year, next year, and then we're tapping into some extra funding. The state has changed some emissions regulations where this will likely be the last year we can buy diesel buses for a period of time. And right now, none of the alternatives will work for us. The electric or CNG buses don't have the range. So we're in a cycle where we replace these, and we probably don't need to buy a transit bus until about 2029. So this will keep us up to date, and our buses will all have seat belts then.
That's great. May I please get a motion to approve the purchase of 3 buses to replace the existing 1996 models?
So moved.
I'll second.
Well, Jason second, but how many miles do those 96s have on them?
We generally run our buses till about 450,000 miles.
Okay.
Wow.
We get our
That's-
money's worth.
Just checking. I wanted to make sure they weren't like, 20,000 milers. Okay. Did somebody make a motion?
Yes. And seconded.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 3H, this is resolution number 23-04 regarding project approval and notice of exemption. I'll just let you take it away.
All right, this is the project approval and notice of exemption for the portable classroom that's planned for to be installed adjacent to the district office, along with 26 parking spots. It qualifies under the California Environmental Quality Act exemption sections 15303, 304, 311, and 314. So there's actually 4 exemptions that it qualifies, and that's the way we'll file it with the state.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
I think it was important, Dan, to point out, because I did ask a question about environmental options. And so I think it'd be good to point that out, your response to my question earlier about if there's any green options for these portable classrooms.
Sure. So what we've done is the portal it's going to be used is going to be a professional development center. It'll be used for boardrooms, meetings, interviews. It's going to be a space kind of like we use P1 and involve some student instruction as well. So we've looked at a number of options. We're going with high efficiency HVAC equipment, so it'll have split systems, be very quiet, more energy efficient than what you normally find on a portable. And there's also the green building code that's enforced by the Division of State Architects now that mandates a certain level of energy efficiency in everything we do. So everything from the fixtures you put in the bathroom to the type of lighting you put in, everything meets a standard that's greater than what you see in any portables we have right now.
Any other questions or comments? Or a motion to approve?
I move to approve resolution 23-04 regarding project approval and notice of exemption.
I'll second that.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, agenda item 3I, this is resolution 23-06, the bid award for the Carmel High School Stadium Improvements Phase 1.
Okay, this is phase one of the stadium improvements projects. This includes the stadium lights and replacement of the pool lights, existing pool lights. We got 3 bids on the project, all within the construction budget, and Monterey Peninsula Engineering was the low bidder on the project and is ready to proceed once we award.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this one?
So these are the dark certified lights are going to replace the existing pool lights.
Correct. Their design has already been approved by the Dark Sky Association, and once we install, then they come out and certify the installation.
That's great. Yay.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 23-06, the bid award for Carmel High School Stadium improvements, phase 1.
You say the bid to Monterey Engineering.
Oh, and the bid.
Where is it?
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
To award the bid to Monterey Peninsula Engineering.
And a second?
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yeah.
All right, agenda item 3J. Thank you, Dan, by the way. Appreciate it. 3J is resolution number 23-07, California Day of the Teacher. Jessica.
So each May, we recognize the contributions that teachers make. I think all of us are in education because of a teacher, a classified employee that impacted our lives. So we ask you to adopt the resolution 2307 to recognize California Day of the Teacher, and we celebrate them in many different ways throughout the year, but on this day via social media and then on-site activities.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Could you give us any insight into some of the on-site activities that you guys have planned to celebrate our teachers?
I know our PTOs have a lot of great things planned, as well as individual parents that often bring gifts and send lots of nice messages to our teachers, as well as classified staff.
Awesome.
Which we hit next.
Great, thank you. May I please get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2307, California Day of the Teacher, as presented.
I'll second.
Thanks, Sam.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, agenda item 3K, still with Jessica, resolution number 23-08, California Classified School Employee Week.
Yeah, so the theme this year for Classified School Employee Week is Classified Professionals, Indispensable, Inspiring, and Invincible. And I think we can agree that our classified staff are all of these. I know of several breakfasts that are in the works for these employees, and we also celebrate them on social media as well.
Great, thank you. Could I please get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yeah.
Great. That will conclude the open session portion of this meeting. So before we adjourn to closed session, I'll go ahead and identify our closed session items. Agenda item 4A is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Division 2, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, one case. Agenda item 4B is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Code 54956.9, subdivision D, Office of Administrative Hearings, OAH, case number 20220608843, another OAH, case number 20230400026, Name of the case, Save Carmel versus Carmel Unified School District, Monterey Superior Court, case number 22CV004064. Agenda item 4C, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release pursuant to Government Code 54957, Subdivision B1. Agenda item 4D, Conference with Labor Negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, Negotiator Craig Chavez regarding ACT, CSCA, and non-represented groups. Lastly, agenda item 4E is Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, Superintendent. Thank you all for joining us this evening, and we will go ahead and adjourn to close. Thank you. Coming out of closed session, the board approved resolution number 23-05, non-reemployment release of 11 temporary certificated employees at the end of the 2022-2023 school year by unanimous vote, and directed staff to provide the required legal notices. Also coming out of closed session, the board received an update on the status of the comprehensive investigation of additional claims regarding the handling of sexual harassment allegations at Carmel High School and whether mandatory reporting obligations were met. The board also received an update regarding the external review of the superintendent's actions in relation to recent personnel matters being conducted by Bob Henry with school and college legal services. The board anticipates having an update on both matters at its May meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so everything on the screen. Oops, didn't go to- Okay.
Sorry.